Hello, and welcome to the Wastelands, where everyone's a little mad and crazy is believing you're in control of the situation, when you're obviously not. Hello, and welcome back to Alan Wake, where we are actually coincidentally exploring one of the two DLCs. And this time it's not a Night Springs episode, because the Night Springs episodes are just on Alan's part of the story. One of the great things about this game is that even the DLCs are interwoven to take place during the story, not after it. Now, for those of you who don't know, Alan Wake is part of an extended universe created by Remedy Studios. The games that are encaptured in this universe are Quantum Break, Alan Wake, and Control. The Control Foundation, or the Federal Bureau of Control, is something akin to Apologies, I've been having issues with my headset shutting off out of nowhere. Anyway, as I was saying, yes, PNG tuber. It's looking good, right, Vic? Or Duck? Or Dick? Anyway, basically, the Federal Bureau of Control is the government division that is basically like the SCP Foundation, containing supernatural and occult objects away from the general populace. And there is also what we learn in Control is that there is also a side branch of the Federal Bureau of Control that is residing in Bright Falls, overseeing the Ultimate World event that takes place there. One of the Ultimate World events being the progress we see in Alan Wake 1. Now, this DLC is about Agent Estevez, one of the people we see from the Federal Bureau of Control, trying to take control of the situation, and sadly not being in control. And this is her side of the story, telling what happens in Bright Falls and in the Lake House, which is a Federal Bureau of Control instance settled in Bright Falls after her arrival. Hardy har har. No, not this time. It is really just my headset shutting down. Anyway, let's get into the game, shall we? But yes, Duck, how are you today? Alright. You know what? I'll even pause the game. Go for it. It is time. I can finally do it. This is the moment. Months of grinding, blood, sweat, and
the heavy flamer.
Duck, you were so close. That was such a good moment, and then you made a spelling error. It's Tears. What you now wrote is like A tier, B tier, C tier. It's ranking. You were so close. But yes, go ahead. I know you've been waiting for it, and I have been waiting for it too. Hardy har har. Funny, but that's not what you were trying to do. Wait. Are you serious? Oh, okay, okay.
Oh, you silly cow.
I mean, sure, I can play it. Funny enough, a little. Funny enough, I have seen Teats play this game, so I do know a lot of how the game goes. But sure, after I finish Alan Wake 2, and before I play Quantum Break, I will play the Stanley Parable. Did not think that was the game you were going to ask. But it is a fun game. And yes, you're right, I did see it. Getting some of those achievements are gonna be really annoying, though.
Okay. Power core receiver. Plugging a core in should get the lights on.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it's a fun, quick game. Because there's a lot of achievements and there's a lot of things to do in Stanley Parable. It's probably going to be 5 streaming sessions at least. Because if I'm gonna play it, I'm gonna finish it.
That is not a regulation FBC weapon.
What is?
Jules' keycard. Could be useful.
But yes, I am probably gonna go for all the achievements. Progress update 6. Unfortunately, Jules' keycard went missing last night. Huge shame. On a totally unrelated note, I now have a level 3 clearance card in my office. Plus a lot of black rock. Been grinding the black rock down to a powder and stashing around in case any gets confiscated. Next step. Weapon tests using black rock powder. If successful, maybe send schematics to offsite teams. Could lead to a transfer out of this shithole. Need to think up more appropriate applications for black rock now that I have some. There was a researcher at the OH who had tons of ideas like this. Wish I could remember their name.
Wish they'd make these things lighter. The way I saw it, there was only one way out. Identify the source of the event and contain or eliminate it. Now, good news, I just had to keep going down. Bad news, the elevator liked to disappear.
One moment. I keep forgetting I need to turn this off. Hup. There we go.
At least the elevator's back.
But it is going to be a lot of fun. Yes. However, Jessie had telekinesis. She doesn't. She has to carry those things around. Which, might I add, is a funny thing. That they added the whole, you know, oh, those things are easy to use and control. But that is like, that's because you're playing as somebody who's actually, like, has supernatural powers. For the normal people, for most people working at the Bureau, it sucks.
Can't open it from the side.
I keep hearing sounds that don't sound healthy.
My keycard isn't high enough clearance.
They're good at setting you on edge.
First off, a huge thank you to everyone here.
Let's see what Dr. Darling has to say.
Amazing strides in researching the AWE here at Cauldron Lake. Great work, team. I wanted to come in person so I could check in on the latest work. I won't get in the way. It's not our view, so no reason to be scared. Do you hear that, Dr. Marmont? While I'm here, I want to focus on the relationship between the Shadow and the AWE site below the lake. The theory that the Shadow even originates from the dimension this threshold is tapping into is compelling. Eventually, I want to understand how this dimension manages to convert subjective elements like art into objective reality. What are the constraints of this phenomenon? Can it, say, create altered items or even objects of power simply by manifesting them via a piece of art? These are the things we need to know to accurately classify the shadow. I mean, that name is not very scientific. I mean, who came up with that? Shadow. So, any and all proposals are welcome. Anything testing art's effect on reality by using the shadow's energy is preferred. To find answers, we'll first need a lot of data. No wrong answers. And when I return to the oldest house, I'll take back anything we end up with to run against a classified project called Headman to build a comparative data set. I wish I could tell you more. It's a very, very exciting non-physical forces impact. Sorry, I really can't. It is. You know what? Maybe some of you can come visit. We'll have to get you clearance, of course, but that would maybe that can. You know what? I don't want to take the entire day talking. So, the shadow represents a whole new area of research, and I couldn't be more excited to start digging in. It is a great new world, people.
So, for the record,
The Lake House's research went way beyond studying Cauldron Lake's threshold. Playing with paranatural forces, it never goes well, Saga. This is exactly why we lock up people like Wake.
So, for the record, the Hedron project is the project that takes center stage in Control, the game. Security reminder. Hello. Please remember to lock your computer before leaving your station if for any amount of time. Changing your password daily does not improve our facility security if you leave your computer open. Thank you. Hello. To celebrate the arrival of fall, I have brought a variety of seasonal pies from the local diner you all seem to love so much. The members of Project Remnus can come enjoy them in the lobby near my office. All other staff should visit the other Dr. Marmont's office to see if she brought pie. Also, despite the ridiculous dramatics of last year, I have purchased the delicious pecan-filled pies. Happy fall. Dr. Jules Marmont, Head of Research. Hello, a gentle reminder that nut allergies are a serious health issue and making light of them is not appropriate workplace behavior for anyone of any seniority level. Bringing nuts to the office is a health risk and should be avoided for everyone's safety. Thank you. Harry Kingston, Facility Administrator. From J. Marmont to P. Levine. Perry, do not release any of those pages. Tell Diana and those fools on Project Arbutus that we misplaced them. An unfortunate filing accident. Tell them we are confident the pages will resurface in a week or 2 or 3. But we are too busy making progress to look for them right now. Be sure you say that we are making progress, just as I wrote it above. Regards, Dr. Jules Marmont, co-head of research. Missing Black Rock. Attention all staff, there is a significant amount of Black Rock missing from sub-level 5. I expect there is a misunderstanding and someone has taken it to another floor by mistake. If you did this, respond to this message and we'll fix the problem. Black rock is a precious material. We only have so much of it now with the oldest house being closed. That is shut off. No computers are on here. Okay, there is no computer to read here.
What the fuck were those things?
Nothing good.
Okay, deep breaths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look, you never really get used to the shit you see in this job, but you can learn techniques to adjust, to function. Take 6 deep breaths, then get to work. Find the source, collapse the threshold.
Error. Please hold. Hold.
No, where am I? What is that? If you can understand me, I'm an agent of the Federal Bureau of Control. I can assist you if you take no hostile action against me or any action that can be perceived as hostile. Do you understand? Well, I'll be damned. So what kind of entity are you? You can speak. That means you probably imprinted on a person or retained some of your former self's information. Previously human, maybe? Okay, I can work with that. I just had an unpleasant encounter with some other painted individuals. Any relation? What does that mean? Okay, hey, calm down. You need to cease all hostility right now. Good news. It didn't try to kill me. Okay, baby steps. Angry living paintings are not typically on the Cauldron Lake bingo card. Something different was happening at the lake house, and I couldn't let it escape. Bright Falls didn't need this particular cherry on its already shitty sundae.
That is quite the comparison.
Level 3.
This isn't the floor I wanted. Fucking elevator.
Page development. Refinement process, RE, ATD output and calibration. The automated typing device, ATD, will produce writing mimicking that of Alan Wake, known para-utilitarian, with the goal of affecting reality with the same consistency as Mr. Wake's writing. To reach this level of authenticity, each page produced by the ATDs must be evaluated and graded based on similarity to Wake's original style. The page will be graded using the following criteria. Comprehensibility. This is the most basic criteria. The page must use language and develop stories in an understandable, organic way. Style. The page must accurately mimic the typical style of Wake's writing, using pages in the lake house possession as reference. Tone. The pages must accurately mimic the typical tone of Wake's writing, using pages in the lake house possession as reference. Alright, drive safe, Shady, and get home safely. Content. The page must accurately mimic the typical content of Wake's writing, using the pages in the lake's house possession as reference. Once pages are graded, they will be fed into the algorithm as preferred reference material, thus continuously refining the writing produced by the ATDs until they can produce near-identical stories to Alan Wake. Once that is achieved, we will provide instructions to the ATDs on what to write, effectively gaining control of Wake's Wake's ability to link with the Shadow's power. That sounds like very dangerous research.
Diana and Jules Marmont had once been a team. Rising stars in the Bureau, both talented in their own way. Diana innovated and Jules got funding from the bureaucrats. Cooperation led to respect. Connection. Then after a decade of hard work, the happy couple were promoted. Co-heads of research. Their first years at the lake house were good. Challenging, but not insurmountable. Not for them. Gradually, thoughts fell into their heads like drops of dark water. Why does she get all the credit? Why does he get any credit? With that, a crack formed in the lake house. The Marmonts and their work became arrogant, erratic. The crack widened and the water seeped in.
Words per sentences. Max 12, minimum 1, average 6.71. Is co-heads one word or two? Diana and Jules Marmont had once been a team. Oh. Style. Contains dialogue, clipped phrasing, third person, omniscient, broad timeline. Story concepts, Marmont, Diana Jules, FBC Lake House, conflict, water, dark.
Rudolph Lane stood back from the canvas. He didn't recognize the piece. Did he paint this? His mind was foggy, unfocused. He knew the Marmonts were putting something in his food. A man in a white coat came to steer Lane back to his cell. He did not resist. He was too tired. He lay on the bed, but the stench in his cell wouldn't let him sleep. An acid stink. The turpentine. The paint. It was all over him. Years of it. 1,000 paintings. 1,000 more to come. A putrid weight he could never wash away. Cold hate simmered below the mist clogging his thoughts. Hatred for the paint. Hatred for the brushes. For the Marmonts. For himself.
Words per sentences. 15, 1, 6.41. Character-centric, Lane. Past tense, clipped phrasing, higher adjective usage, focused timeline. Rudolph Lane. Paint. Odor. Marmonts. Hate. Conflict.
September 12, 2023. Notes regarding a page of an Alan Wake manuscript I found in the archives. I checked the records, and this page is not in our inventory. I believe it manifested inside the lake house directly. I won't be filing this page. It'll just send Jules into a panic. The page is written in Wake's usual style, so I can't say for certain if it's being literal or figurative when it calls us monsters. But what's interesting is that the page indicates that a painting succeeded in linking Cauldron Lake's threshold with our facility.
Yes, Teets.
Superior avenue of research, but I never considered that the writing itself would dictate a different art form as the catalyst for our success. I cannot accept that. I can't allow Jules to stumble his way into success. Not after the years of work I put into this research. I got word yesterday that 2 writers are visiting Bright Falls. I will beat Jules to the finish line. September 12th, 2023.
Okay, so that's the same.
Page of an Alan Wake manuscript I found in the archives. I checked the records.
Okay, why is it always having problems?
It manifested inside the lake house directly. I won't be filing this page. It'll just send Jules into a panic. The page is written in Wake's usual
Wow,
style, so
Teets.
I can't say
Wow.
for certain if it's being literal or figurative when it calls us monsters. But what's interesting is that the page indicates that a painting succeeded in linking Cauldron Lake's threshold with our facility. Writing has always been the clearly superior avenue of research, but I never considered that the writing itself would dictate a different art form as the catalyst for our success. I cannot accept that. I can't allow Jules to stumble his way into success.
It's a good joke, but
of work I put into this
yeah.
research. I got word yesterday that 2 writers are visiting Bright Falls. I will beat Jules to the finish line.
Organizational update. Moving forward, research at the Lake House project will be divided into 2 distinct projects. Project X-10032-Alternate World Event, codename Arbitus, will focus on studying the writing of Redacted with Dr. Diana Marmont serving as project director. Project C-43210-RL, codename Remnus, will focus on studying Redacted and his work with Dr. Jules Marmont serving as project director. Staff will soon be notified regarding their project assignment and any required desk changes. Your patience is requested during the reorganization. This is a confidential facility matter and is not to be discussed with external agents or teams. If you have any questions, please contact me directly. Signed, Harry Kingston, Facility Administrator.
There was a crack in the lake house. The Marmonts had let the lake in, but the water could not flow. It became trapped, stagnant, went bad. The truth was controlled here. The art was not art, just content for the experiment. There was a crack in the lake house. The Marmonts had let the lake in, but the water could not flow. It became trapped, stagnant, went bad. The truth was controlled here. The art was not art, just content for the experiment.
Can I stop that? Nope.
There was a crack in the lake house. The Marmonts had let the lake in, but the water could not flow.
Project Arbitus. Initial
Stagnant.
Just for the moment. Project Arbutus. Initial findings report. Edwin Franklin Booker. Born in New York, New York. Currently resides in New York, New York. Married to Temita Booker. No known children or dependents. No paracriminal affiliations found. Located in Bright Falls, Washington as of 10th of September 2023. Writer and director of 5 stage plays. Unsuccessful. Confirmed artist. Designation author, playwright. Disclaimer. Background investigation performed in a very short amount of time per instructions. As a result, the information contained in this report is not comprehensive and possibly erroneous. Project Arbutus. Initial findings report. R.E. Tamita Madison Booker. Born in Atlanta, GA. Currently resides in New York, New York. Married to Edward Franklin Booker. No known children or dependents. No paracriminal affiliations found. Located in Bright Falls, Washington as of 10 September 2023. Authors of 3 commercially successful true crimes book. First publication was Poetry Collection. Unsuccessful. Confirmed artist. Designation author, poet. Disclaimer. Background investigation performed in a very short amount of time per instructions. As a result, the information contained in this report is not comprehensive and possibly erroneous. Okay, now that that is done.
There was a crack in the lake house. The mark in, but the became trapped.
Okay, saved again. Get more supplies.
Typewriters. Please don't let this be what I think it is. As you know by now, typewriters and Cauldron Lake do not mix. And a room full of them all clacking away? 100% bad news.
Well, these guys, apparently the lake, the dark presence, has been working overtime trying to control this place, but now that they have succeeded, this is a place of terrifying presence. I can't enter that. Because I need a level 2 clearance key card. Project Arbutus, research notes, RE, content of Wake's manuscript. We have begun to find pages from a manuscript very likely written by Alan Wake, para-utilitarian and suspect in past cases involving the Cauldron Lake Ultimate World event. Though I do not like to bring myself or my biases into my work, I must do so here to address the matter being examined. As reference to any future readers, I am Dr. Diana Marmont, co-head of research at Lake House Facility. The page we recently found summarizes my life with Jules Marmont, husband and co-researcher. It has turned us into characters for its story, making generalizations and assumptions that I must attempt to evaluate without emotion or prejudice. The accuracy of the writing is intriguing. It reports are passed to Bureau, but also details inner thoughts that an outside recorder would have no way of knowing. Jules and I have indeed been having more and more interpersonal conflict this past year. This raises many questions. How does Wake, wherever he is writing from, get his information? Or was the page itself determining these emotions and events? I cannot believe that the scope of Wake's ability goes so far as to have dictated my entire career at the FBC, and if it did, would it matter? Even if a person knew their life was being driven by an external force, would it change their nature, their behavior, their personality? My disagreements with Jules are not sudden shifts in personality, but rather a growing resentment. I firmly believe that, though I have no evidence to prove it, which brings me to a new research query for the team. What methodology can one use to prove that their actions, their mind, their love, or their animosity are theirs to control? Did I I forgot the tape recorder. One moment.
March 7th, 2018. Notes regarding Dr. Emil Hartman, founder of the Cauldron Lake Lodge, where he manipulated artists in an attempt to control the power of the shadow. I've gone through his notes, which were confiscated by the Bureau after his arrest in 2010. Overall, Hartman's work was sloppy. Complete disregard for proper scientific method. But he was bold enough to try something we haven't. Our procedural writing machines are promising, but we could understand the effects of Cauldron Lake's threshold much better by observing live artists in action. Thanks to Hartman, we even have a list of prospects. Next step is to send Dr. Darling a request to bring some into the lake house for analysis.
You know, some of these people, whether it's here or in the oldest house, are really horrible. If you think about the shit they're putting people through. Progress report RE typewriter brand investigation. Investigation into the precise brand and model of typewriter used by Alan Wake with the intent to use this particular brand for redacted anti-ATDs continues to be unsuccessful. Source contacted with discretion. Wake's publishing house. Result: no useful information. Wake's agent. Result: refuses to discuss client matters. Wake's spouse. Result: refused to discuss. Redacted. Result: no useful information. Checked all available online interviews, publications, element pertaining to Alan Wake. Result: no useful information. The relevant team will continue to explore alternative sources for information. The ATDs will continue to be operated with the available typewriters until Wake's preferred brand is known. Theoretically, replicating Alan Wake's style of writing via the same brand of typewriters used by the author should yield optimal results. The project director has indicated that a similar investigation should be launched into the brand and type of ink used in Wake's typewriter.
Shit. I can never say no to extra firepower. Back where I started. Spatial recurrence usually observes the law of three.
That's the same.
Rudolph Lane stood back from the canvas. He didn't recognize the piece. Did he paint this? His mind was foggy. Diana and Jules Marmont had once been a team.
Nope, all of that is the same.
This contrived overlap rebounded on itself, compressing, compounding, reflecting, and refracting. An urban legend and a murder in constant imbalance. Cause and effect hopelessly tangled. Arranged wrong, the dream logic flawed, the feedback loop doubled and redoubled, out of control. The pressure kept building, looking for release. This contrived overlap rebounded on itself, compressing, compounding, reflecting, and refracting. An urban legend and a murder in constant imbalance.
The sound is different, so does that mean...
September 12, 2023. Notes regarding a page of an Alan Wake manuscript I found in the archives. I checked the records, and this page is not...
I've already... That is the same.
Rebounded on itself, pressing. An urban legend and a murder in constant imbalance. Cause and effect hopelessly tangled.
Ouch. Good thing I saved. This is going to be annoying. This is not how the story goes. Nice detail. First time I noticed after all the times dying. Yes, Teets, yes.
Shadow is here.
Brought a flashlight.
Some staff down there had been corrupted. Shit just kept getting worse.
Ah, time to go. I can't save. Okay, let me double check all the places. Guys, I don't know if that is normal. Sure. Normal physics. At least that I can believe. Because it has happened in my other game. The notes in this place are gone. Let me just double look around. Yes, Teets. Do I know what? Is nothing of note? Denote something. Maybe. But I'm gonna take a break. I'll see you all after the ads. And we are back. While I am being bothered by a cat. Isn't that right, Luna? I'm gonna need all the supplies I can get, so I'm just doing a sweep, making sure that I've picked up everything I could. Yes, Luna, you can sit with me, but I can't pet you right now. I'm in the middle of doing my job. Gotta keep riding. Okay, that is the same.
Loop 3. Should be the last one.
Rudolph Lane stood back from the canvas. He didn't recognize them. Diana and Jules Marmont had once been a team.
September 12, 2023. Notes regarding a page of an hourly manuscript.
Rudolph Lane stood back from the canvas. He didn't recognize the piece. Diana and Jules Marmont had once been a team. Rising stars in the Bureau.
It'll just send Jules into a camera. The page is written in the usual style, so I can't see.
I keep coming back to this page. The author's clearly awake. It's like he's warning us. But about what? I mean, what does it mean? This page scared Jules away from the work on Wake's writing. A coward can't stand risk. But science is risk. For me, this is proof that we are going in the right direction. I just need Rudolph Lane's paintings to lead to more pages so that hopefully one day we can understand. I keep coming back to this page. The author's clearly awake. It's like he's warning us. But about what? I mean, what does it mean? This page scared Jules away from the work on Wake's writing. Risk. Science is risk. For me, this is proof that we are going in the right direction.
Okay. Gonna save it again. The third loop, let me take a look. I think I've opened everything.
Shifting phenomena. Won't open without power.
Well, time to get moving again. Also, I just note... Oh, wait, no, that's not my... Okay, so this is kind of weird. Oh, now I can open it. Okay, I think I get it. So pick this up. Now I think I need to use the lever outside. Well, let's go take a look.
You again. What happened to you? Did the people here do this to you?
So I'm guessing Perry, the painter from the first game, got abducted by the Federal Bureau of Control, put here to experiment on. Knew he was being experimented on it, but had no energy or means to resist it, and probably his anger and hatred worked out through his art, which gave life to this thing.
Alan Wake's writing is being studied here. Do you know anything about him?
Names don't matter. 1,000 more to come.
They say clear communication is the key to any relationship. You and I have some work to do there. You said marmots before. Do they do this? Where are they now? Tell me where they are. Christ. It's fixated on the marmots. What did they... A threshold is the connection between a foreign reality and our own. Now, they all have their own rules, strange as they are, but the further down I went, the more chaotic this one got. Clearly, this was the Cauldron Lake threshold, but something was wrong. Well, more wrong than usual.
Level-wide lockdown in effect. Please remain calm. Level-wide lockdown in effect. Please remain calm.
Well, that's not good.
Won't open while the floor's on lockdown. Shaded. Hope that glass is thick.
Vandalized text. 0% effort today.
Oh, there's the elevator. How do I get in?
Probably have to solve the lockdown for starters. That would be my first guess, at least. Okay, time to save again.
access card. Sorry, but I need this. How many paintings did they have this guy make?
Catalog. Oh, was it Perry? It was Rudolph Lane, but you know, potato, potato. From painting session on redacted. ID RL-3-42. Designation black circular shape among yellow lines. Description: an uneven circle painted in dark black in the foreground with jagged yellow, brown, mustard lines behind it. Lines sometimes overlap with each other and or bleed into the black circle. RL-1-169. Designation lone tree at night. A dark green tree. Pine. Standing in a dark landscape, presumably night. RL-1-170. Empty road in forest. A dark gray streak across the dark green landscape, presumably a forest at night. The gray streak is likely to be a road due to its location, color, and the way its width reduces in line with the perspective. Note: a small white shape on the road could be a page of writing by Alan Wake. Relevant teams have been informed and are searching for the site now to attempt page retrieval. RL-5-24. Designation: yellow crescent shape on black canvas. A curved yellow shape in a roughly crescent shape. A curved yellow shape in a roughly crescent shape painted onto an otherwise empty canvas, possibly a crescent moon or banana. Unfinished piece. RL-2-24. Designation: red, yellow, and green circle. 3 uneven circles, 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 green, roughly arranged in a vertical line. Background is black-gray with dark red streaks along the border of the canvas. Possibly a traffic light? A banana moon. Ring, 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 banana moon. RL-1-171. Designation: cityscape with blue-gray sky. Gray vertical shapes, likely the skyline of a city, in the bottom third of the canvas with a vivid blue-gray sky. Geometric shapes painted in thin white lines can barely be made out among the color of the sky. RL-3-44. Black void. A deep black void covering the entire canvas with a few small specks of dark or light gray able to be seen on close inspection. RL-3-45. A large variety of black spirals. A large number of rough spirals painted in black ranging in size from that of a quarter to that of a basketball. Though the canvas appears quite covered, it is blank aside from the spirals. RL-2-25. Designation: brown shape with horns. A brown shape vaguely triangular with what are presumably horns extending from the shape, likely an animal head, possibly a deer or elk. Black background. (2023 September). From security and technical support division to all departments. Update to computer reset. Password reset policy. Effective September 13. All computer and passwords must be reset daily to address security concerns. (9/14/23). I made that reservation for our anniversary, which I certainly never forgot was a week from this Friday. Let's take separate cars from the office. Can't have the bosses see us leaving together now that those hypocrites have banned inter-office relationships. Have a good day. Trisha, update. Just found out what happened to Trisha. Jules fucking fired her. I knew it. She was way too vocal in last week's all-hands meeting. She had valid concerns. That man is a tyrant. Speaking up about safety is no reason to fire someone. Can you believe this new password policy? What security concerns are they even talking about? We're a fenced-off government bunker in the middle of nowhere. I think they're getting paranoid. Anyway, I set the security terminal's new password like the memo suggested. Our anniversary is the base number, then our anniversary is the base numbers, then Black Void. Yeah, the Morms are losing it. Big surprise. I bet Diana sets Jules' background to a big old turret or something. Once again making their shitty marriage everyone else's problem. The password you sent didn't work. Black Void is 44, right? From the list of Lane's paintings. I need to get in or this is going to be a total waste of a Wednesday. 44 is right, yeah, so I guess you're telling me you don't know when our anniversary is. Well, good luck with that. Today's password is the date of our special, unforgettable anniversary plus brown shape with horns. Love you. I maintain that seeing a movie together does not begin a relationship. (9/14). 14 is Thursday. So the 22nd. (22nd) 9. I mean, you say that, Deeds, but you can't forget that this entire facility is being run by a married couple. So not only is it going to hell, it is also... they're also making their marriage drama an office issue. Anyway.
Nope. There.
Lockdown lifted. You are now safe to resume working.
Estevez, come in. Facility. Sub-level 1. You copy?
No, turn back. Area is extremely hostile. Fucking radios. You're on floor 1. I'll need help.
Hello, Mr. Kingston. I am writing because I have serious concerns about the safety protocols being disregarded across the facility. I have collected a list of violations that I've personally observed. I can send this to you. My opinion on the matter is that both Dr. and Dr. Marmot are driving this facility staff into progressively more reckless behavior. Good day. Tricia Howard, Senior Researcher. Hello, Mrs. Howard. Thank you for sharing your opinion. All facility operations and safety measures are under purview of their heads of research. If you have a complaint, please file it directly to them or contact the Bureau's acting management team in Dallas. Thank you. Mr. Kingston, I thought we reported to the acting management team in Kansas. I have reached out to them about this issue multiple times and have gotten no response. Even if they did respond, we all know that they don't have the staff to investigate every internal issue after the oldest house went into lockdown. I believe the Mormons are knowingly using this state of chaos to their advantage. Our treatment of research subjects is in clear violation of the ASH Act. Yeah, they goes against what I stand for. These are punishable offenses. If you do not open an internal investigation, then I will resign. ATD Progress Review. Too much overlap between tone and style. Merge? Question mark? Word choice good, but incomprehensible. Dark, 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 trees, 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 pond, 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 shade, 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 dim, 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 crow, 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 dark, 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 woods, woods, woods. Ugh. Grade F. Comprehensibility F. Style F. Tone D. Content D. Dark, screamed the darkness. A dark reminder of the dark's inner darkness. A well of darkness, a vortex like black paint, darker and darker and darker. So dark the darkness could hardly see. A dark figure emerged from the darkness, facing the darkness with dark intent, a dark knife glinting in the dark, darkly. Dark like the dark eyes of a dark raven. Dark feathers rustling in the dark night sky. No moon. The moon had been eaten by the dark. The dark drank it. And the sun, a dark moon rose over a dark sun. Nog niet. Ik heb nog niet gekund. The dark moon rises. The darkness darkened darkly, darkening the dark until it dimly darkened even the darkest dark. Great. Comprehensibility D. Style C. Tone A. Content A. Structural improvement. Repetition issue was solved with sufficient rounds of refinement. Refinement plus time is progress. A rot snail. The rot snail beamed. A wooded grain bent from the owl, egg male, four forms in the glass eye and meld. A cracked page booked through the form down in bark. I grow and longer with the lower dark sea. Hi, Bon. How are you? No one found. Egg male heaven. Bordering out, he chin, when all scream in blue and an X vermilion. A day is a round flat across evening. The water murmurs in light bulb trees. Round the cat. The night glares in all streets. The coffee deers run. Fear drinks logs by windy cottages and black fires in the same mirror. A mist heavies in panic mountain. Great. Comprehensibility F. Style F. Tone F. Content F. Style tone prioritized over comprehensibility. Negative progress. ATD lot 405, page 19. Glad you're feeling better. I hope my stream will bring you some more joy. The dark woods rattled darkly. Flashlight peered into a deep darkness, and the dark shivered. Flashlight scowled. A woodsman came with an axe. The woodsman's teeth screamed. Flashlight screamed too, and was cut in half. Blood mixed with the darkness, a dark blend. Pistol looked at Flashlight in shock. There was nowhere to run, he realized. But he ran anyway. He ran into the deep dark of the woods. The woodsman rattled behind him, bouncing through the trees. Pistol knew it had nowhere to run. Pistol drew his pistol and turned to face his death. The woodsman emerged and Pistol opened fire. Pistol's pistol flashed in the dark night once, twice, thrice. The woodsman fell. With a clatter. Pistol breathed, in and out, in and out. Pistol looked at each tree, in and out. He was safe. Pistol grabbed the woodsman's axe and plugged it into his pistol to charge it. He went to check on Flashlight. Pistol checked each half of Flashlight. She was dead, and he knew it. Pistol screamed at the trees. The trees screamed back. Comprehensibility B, Style C, Tone B, Content C. Making progress again. Individual elements are strong, but ATD is lacking awareness and intention is blocker. How to correct. Input non-wake reference material. Source human subject. Use staff as writers. Risks of data skew. Need more Wake reference materials.
Successfully affecting reality, we always think of Alan Wake and his writing. This could be due to recency bias or simply the amount of recorded evidence skewing our opinion. But also, I wonder if writing's very nature is an advantage. Text can describe events in such explicit detail. The story gives the shadow a, how do you say, blueprint, a map of what to make real. But not all art is like this. Music, sculpture, dance, cuisine, in our case, a painting. When the source material is open to interpretation, how will the shadow choose to interpret it? I think Diana will find the question very interesting. Most likely, she already has an answer. That's why I love her.
This must be a really old recording, based on some of the going-ons. That's the way forward. Readings report threshold activity. Readings collected over the last 48 hours show a rising increase in activity stemming from the Cauldron Lake threshold, likely indicating an imminent alternate world event scenario. The highest recorded reading exceeded the safety limit, necessitating a general alert and requesting assistance from the assigned alternate world event response team. However, no alert or contact with external teams has been made, per the recent amendments to this procedure. As specified, the monitoring team will take no action until sign-off from either Dr. Marmot or Dr. Marmot has been received. Considering the rate of escalation that recent data indicates, the monitoring team strongly recommends that the alternate world event response team be contacted immediately. Signed, Harris Cross, Lead Threshold Analyst. I still need to check the cells, but I'm first gonna look around. I think this needed a level 3 clearance. Yes, it did. There's another active PC there that I missed last time. I'll check that out in a moment. No clue what that was.
I wonder what happened here.
Jules Marmot looked at the painting. He didn't understand it. Saw only random whirls of color. Drugging Lane made him more compliant, but his work had turned abstract. Jules needed more art his team could parse, could test. Trial and error. These abstract explosions of color complicated the data. His grip tightened around the letter opener in his hand. The piece of art he needed was hidden inside Lane. If Jules could simply cut the painter open and pull the painting out of him, he would. The overhead lights flickered. Jules would make Lane cooperate. No more drugs. Less carrot, more stick. Jules had to go faster. He wouldn't lose to Diana. Nothing else mattered.
Anymore. I know you want me to paint, but I can't. I'm empty. Rudolph, no. You love to paint. And you are such a talent. This is just a classic artist slump. No. No, I hate it. It's just taking from me now. When can I leave? You said you'd let me leave. Ah, Rudolph, but you volunteered to come, remember? We are helping you, like Dr. Hartman did. Perhaps you need to see our doctor? I can arrange that. No. No, that's... I am feeling better. Much better. I will paint. Ah, this is wonderful to hear, Rudolph. I knew you would come back to your old self.
I hate this guy, and I'm willing to believe he got everything he deserves coming to him. Data redacted. Project Remnus. Subject condition report redacted. Background information. Rudolph Lane, subject B, has shown a decline in redacted over the past several months. Initially, this redacted presented as an increase in resistance, frequently declining requests to work. However, given time and pressure, subjects would always relent. Subject's attitude towards art has also undergone a change recently. He is disinterested in his work, quickly becoming frustrated and sometimes even damaging or destroying the pieces before it's completed. In the past few months, his work has become much more abstract, no longer showing true-to-life subjects or landscapes, but rather conceptual art that is much harder to define or categorize. Whenever the sudden interest in abstraction was a form of rebellion, a consequence of growing redacted, or a source of genuine artistic interest, is unknown. Current situation. As of yesterday, subject refuses to touch his supplies. He claims he will not paint anymore and wishes to leave. The subject's refusal has effectively halted all research. While the team can continue to run tests on the backlog of paintings, they estimate that there is little new information to gain. The subject must continue to paint if the work is to proceed. However, the team is concerned that convincing the subject with forced coercion may only entrench him further in his position. Actions to be taken. Dr. Jules Marmont, co-of head research and project lead, had suggested that a high dose of redacted be introduced to the subject's food and to cure his redacted. If the subject's attitude does not improve, then low doses of redacted will be introduced in order to improve his compliance. Jesus. Bunch of assholes.
Jules Marmont looked at the painting. He didn't understand it, so only random.
Work order. Wall removal and transport. Sub-level 2, lane cell. Ordered Marmont Jules, co-head of research. Ordered work required. A section of the cell's southern wall needs to be removed to transport to sub-level 5 for analysis. Urgency high. Tools required. It is not my job to know which tools you use to cut concrete walls. It is your job. Additional detail. Important. The wall must be removed very carefully. The painting on the interior side of the wall must not be damaged. Subject's writing must feature darkness, water, Marmonts, Jules and Diana, the lake house of conflict. Did anyone explain any of this to him? Luna, you know I'm in the middle of something. Also, ad break soon. I'll be taking a short break, but I'll be back once the ads are over. Retrieval order. Acquisition team is hereby approved to acquire additional research subjects for ongoing study related to Project Arbutus at the Lake House facility. Prioritize outcomes as ordered below. Both subjects brought to the Lake House for study. Tamita Booker. Her work is more commercially successful, thus more likely to yield results based on proven cases. Edward Booker. Less successful than Tamita, but theater is more widely recognized as art than true crime novels. Observe the subjects at a distance and only move to acquire if the opportunity arises. Under no circumstances can this operation draw attention of local law enforcement. Signed, Dr. Diana Marmont, co-head of research. Now they're going even further and abducting people considered artists. Great. Just great. Initial review. Booker's writing. The first piece of content produced by the subject is severely disappointing. It is not remotely similar to the content to Wake's pages we provided as reference. Why is it so focused on my marriage? Why is Jules the protagonist? Why is it set in an actual lakeside cabin? And what is happening at the end? What the hell is in the sky? We need to get this sorted. We need progress now. And why isn't he taking this seriously? When I spoke to him, I thought he thought I was an actor. I want him to understand how serious we are, whatever it takes. Page ID ARB-EB001. Continue the story from page ID Alternate World 002. Match the tone, style, and content of AW-002 as closely as possible. The crack was an emotional one, a line right through their marriage, their foundation, their lake house. These thoughts and more flooded Jules' minds as he stared out through the lakeside cottage. I'm going to continue this after the ads. See you all in a moment. And we are back? Wait. Why am I not on screen? Okay. Why is it not... Give me a moment and see if I can resolve this. It appears that my technology to send back to the past is malfunctioning. Hmm. Oh! Wait a minute. Hello? Okay. Well, I got my projector to work. Really weird issue. So... Hi. So... Really weird issue. Discord disconnected me. I'm speaking out of character for the moment. My program works because I run it through a website that freely incorporates it with Discord. So when I connect to Discord, it is connected to the site, and from that site I pull the image that changes when I talk. But it only works when I'm in a Discord voice chat. And I was no longer in a Discord voice chat. And I don't know why. Unless Luna accidentally disconnected me. But that has still never happened before. So that was really weird. But I am back and we can continue. Sorry for the hold up. Also, hi Shady. Welcome home. How was your Monday? The sun was setting on a stormy day. Rain-heavy clouds hung low, weighted down with the burden of purpose. Diana sat in her favorite desk chair, staring out across the lake's rippling surface. He watched the breeze catch her acorn hair. As if sensing his gaze, she turned her head. Jules looked away, flustered, then annoyed. with himself for letting her affect him this way. He grabbed a bottle of red wine and poured himself a generous serving. Well, I hope you get to relax and enjoy your evening, and I hope I can bring some entertainment and relaxation. And he kept pouring, his mind distracted by a thought. How did we get there? They had been at the lab running an experiment, then they were here. Why? He remembered thinking that a break from the lab would give him the space to reconnect, to mend the crack. But he couldn't remember ever leaving. Wine was flowing over the rim of his cup, though he didn't even notice. He put down the bottle, scanning the lake. A faint shimmer hung in the air on the far side of the lake, like light hitting glass. The sort of thing you only notice if you were looking for it. He felt he had seen it somewhere before, but where? Jules! Diana's cry snapped Jules back into the present. She was staring up at the sky in a panic. A deep shadow swept across the deck. Jules ran to the door, to his wife.
Finally, someone who isn't a painting. Hey, hello. Who are you?
Sorry, got a flow going. Can we do this later?
Well, I know where Tabitha or Tamita's husband is.
No, we cannot. I'm Agent Kieran Estevez. I'm with the government, and I need your name.
I'm Ed Booker, the playwright. And I'm hitting my stride here, so can you guys stop with all that banging and screaming? It's throwing me off.
Where do you think you are right now?
In an immersive writing workshop.
Well, bad news, it's not a writing workshop. Good news, it's not a writing workshop.
Right. It's a government facility studying the power of creativity. That makes way more sense.
What are you even doing? What are you writing?
Well, after you all abducted me in the woods, I've been working on this manuscript you gave me because you need it for some experiment or something. I kind of forget the premise. But, you know, I've had this block lately, and filling in the gaps of this story has really loosened me up. Copying the style is a nice constraint, but I still have lots of room to play. It's a solid creative exercise.
Sir, whether you are aware of it or not, there is a situation here. I need you to stay in your cell until I can resolve the matter, okay?
Uh-huh, got it. Hey, no one's been around with food for a while. I could go for some dinner when you have a second. Oh, and can I get my phone back? I want to call my wife. I don't know how Tammy found you guys, but she killed it. 5 stars all around.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Shadow monsters represent capitalism, which means the flashlight is the power of the artist. Sheer creativity tearing through the shadowy cloak of corporate cookie-cutter bullshit. Killer metaphor. This is good stuff. The style's a little clipped. I can work with that. Short, to the point, visual metaphors, dark imagery. Government is spreading darkness, trying to control the uncontrollable. It speaks to climate change, oppression, the disenfranchisement of immigrant minority populations. Lots of heavy themes in the dark. Sci-fi wrapper. Love it.
Jules just sent out a memo asking us to spy on his wife's project. Remember that when we just made fun of his stupid project names and scientific factoids? Simpler times. He really did that? Diana is gonna slit his throat if she finds out. Those two are such a hot mess. I got drinks with Perry last night and he told me Jules is withholding Wake's pages from Diana's team. He told her they went missing. Crazy shit. Paula mentioned you two were thinking about asking for a transfer. You'd really leave me all alone here? We can have weekly gossip calls, I promise. so shady.
Kidnapping people to make art.
Remember how you said you would never, ever, ever put a sticky note with a computer password close to your computer? How that is a really dumb thing to do? Or, you know, making a 6-digit password being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, like that one. Right there. Considering that there is a facility-wide email going around that they need to change their passwords daily and have a specific way of setting up their password that is not this, with a memo that it should not be this. I know you meant it. It wasn't as much questioning you as I was like showing you that people actually do that. Also, the fact that there is a facility-wide email going around that peanut allergies are a serious allergy and should be taken seriously, and the fact that to celebrate... Where is a picture of him? Well, Julian, or Jules, bought pecan pie. These people have lost it a long time ago. Team notice. As you may know, a valued member of our team was recently reassigned off of Project Arbutus. Carlisle Livingston designed and engineered expertise were a key part of the creation of the ATDs. Their contributions to the project cannot be overstated. The project team should rest assured that the reassignment was an error that should be corrected soon. Our project director, Dr. Diana Mormont, would like to remind all team members that any directives or assignments from Dr. Jules Mormont have no bearing on Arbutus staff and should be ignored. Thank you for your attention. Also, in case you missed it, Dr. Mormont and Dr. Mormont are husband and wife who apparently had a pretty good marriage until they started working here, and then the dark place started infesting them. And cracks started forming in their marriage. And then their marriage issues became a workplace issue. Background report. Rudolph Lane. In 2010, Lane was inadvertently involved in Alternate World Event 35. While residing at Cauldron Lake Lodge, where he lived under the care of Dr. Emil Hartman. See case number 74 WA004 for information regarding his crimes and arrest. Yeah, it's a shame. Because they did seem like, because I did find a recording of him, an old recording that showed how much he loved her and that they had a strong relationship, but they started becoming jealous and distrusting of each other through the influence of darkness. After the Cauldron Lake Lodge was seized and closed by the FBC, Lane moved to Watery, Washington, where he currently resides. Recent surveillance confirms he has no known personal relationship or affiliation with paranatural groups. As requested, the observation team has confirmed that Lane continues to paint as of the date of this report.
My team was on sublevel 1. I knew they were in danger. The Marmonts turned innocent people into tools using the FBC's authority. They thought they were untouchable out here, hidden away in the woods? No. Actions have consequences. And I'm the consequences.
Sublevel 1.
Ah, you fucking bastard!
Well, Jules got possessed. We just saw that.
Jules Marmont killed my team. He was taken by the shadow. I'm sorry. I should get that gun while I'm up here.
Yes. They found a page. Mind you, it's if you remember playing True Control, some of those research detailings didn't get in chronological order, so sometimes we got like one, and then much later we got a follow-up on that report, so it's a little difficult to understand what happened when. They have a couple of pages from Wake's writing that involves them and their bureau here at the lake house. There was even one page she had that she did not mention to her husband that had manifested inside this research station. And in it, she read about how her marriage was devolving as part of the story. I don't know if that was the one that manifested here or another one they found, because they have been looking for the pages to the manuscript and have also been doing that through the work of a painter. They've been trying to get him to paint where the pages are to find them and to make a connection, but that's besides the point. The point is, she knew, and I think he knew as well, that they were involved in this, and that the pages might be changing the reality around them, and were looking into how much control, or if that control even mattered, and whether or not the darkness changed things. So for them, even if they knew it was happening, it was another opportunity to delve into more research changing reality based on art and how much they could personally influence that. So somewhere their desire, their drive to make progress overrode their love for each other, and instead of working on a better future, they just kind of dove headfirst into trying to get a reward out of the progress of their studies. Well, that was pretty harrowing.
I mean, that name is not very scientific. I mean, who came up with that? Shadow.
Comes to my lab and treats me like some kind of assistant. Un putain d'assistant? Moi? I run the lake house. This is my facility. Mine! He cannot just walk in here for 1 week, make some speeches, and then fly back to New York. Espèce de crétin! Prétentieux! The jackass thinks he's a fucking rock star! And he made fun of the name. Oh, the Shadow. The Shadow is good. It's evocative. He is just a jealous, spoiled little child. And I will make it so everyone can see this. I will make it so no one even remembers his name. To ces imbéciles là, hein? They all think I am a pencil pusher. They think I do not have the mind for such work. Eh bien, ils verront. Ils verront! I will take what they think is possible. But I will break it.
Well, I think he has pretty much lost it. Jesus. Whew. Okay, made it. Progress update 5. Got the firing mechanism working. It's throwing the test projectiles a good distance. Turned out pretty nicely. The fitting between the grenade launcher and the custom components are a bit loose. No proper laid here, but at least it works. Now we need some actual black rock for the tests. I know there's some on sub-level 5, but the acting inventory supervisor doesn't get access to that floor. Next step, source black rock.
There was a crack in the lake house. The Marmonts had let the lake in, but the water could not flow. It became trapped, stagnant, went bad. The truth was controlled here. The art was not art, just content for the experiment. The contrived overlap rebounded on itself, compressing, compounding, reflecting, and refracting. An urban legend and a murder in constant imbalance, cause and effect hopelessly entangled. Arranged wrong, the dream logic flawed. The feedback loop doubled and redoubled, out of control. The pressure kept building, looking for a release.
Okay, this should get me down to sub-level 5. And this should get me past any other problems.
Another 1021219. Another one that puts his password on the PC. Okay. Hello, Carla. I have decided to reassign you from Project Remnants to Inventory Management. Your title will be changed from Senior Researcher to Acting Inventory Supervisor immediately. You may find this change sudden, but I have no doubt someone with a nut allergy like yourself will prefer to work alone in an inventory booth than out in the open where any dangerous spies may be waiting to hurt you. Perhaps some hard work will keep you from making any more unfounded HR complaints. Regards, Dr. Jules Marmont, co-head of research. Wow. Because of the nut allergy, because she complained that he brought in pies with nuts in it, despite she having a nut allergy, she got reassigned. Wow.
Bastards.
I have more floors to check out, though. Okay, let's first go to floor 2.
The Shadow had changed Jules Marmont into a hostile, paranatural entity. That made everything simpler. No arrest, no paperwork. I could put him down like the monster he was.
Sublevel 2.
Lane was found dead in his cell this morning. It's an unfortunate setback. But when a door is closed, a window is opened. I believe that's the saying. Lane may be gone, but he left us with a goodbye present. A final piece of art. This piece is different. It's raw emotion, pure truth. He put everything he had into this one. Literally. Every reading we take is off the charts. This is what we have been waiting for. It is the key. I will achieve what no one has before me. Not darling, that arrogant shit. Not my selfish harpy or the wife.
So, we have a painter and a painting that can talk. Clearly connected. But Lane was dead before any of this even happened.
I never needed any of it. The fools will finally see me for the genius I am.
God damn it, I can't switch to the fucking gun. It wouldn't let me switch. Oh, it's on 3. Okay, got it. That was annoying. And that was a waste of ammo. So apparently whenever Alan Wake wrote, the darkness was using that to make changes to reality so it could be free. But in the case of the painter, it was different. When we played Alan Wake 1, it is the same painter that was in Hartman's Lodge, who was painting landscapes and such. But that was when he wanted to paint, when he had a desire for creativity. He was then taken, not taken by the darkness, but taken by the Federal Bureau of Control and forced to paint to the point where he painted beyond any inspiration he had. Then, according to an interview we listened to, instead of painting what inspired him, when he was forced to paint, he painted more and more of himself away. He said that painting more paintings was literally taking away from him. And they still pushed him to continue. So whatever that final piece of painting was, that's probably making that killed him. But in killing him, transferred all his essence, all what makes him him, into that painting. And I think that is the painting that can talk. The painting that is talking to us. I don't know with certainty, but that's what I suspect at least right now. From Dr. Jules Marmont, co-head of research, to Project Remnant staff, status of Project Arbutus. As the head researcher of the lake house, it is important that I am informed of all proceedings at this facility. Since the other Dr. Marmont is failing to provide me with details about her team's progress, I ask that you all seek information from members of her team. Anyone who comes to me with details on Project Arbutus's current progress will be rewarded. Regards, Dr. Julius Marmont, co-head of research. You know, it's funny how they all forget that they're technically both co-heads of research when they're constantly signing off like that. Now I need to move to floor 3.
Sublevel 3.
There are 2 locations that I still have to visit here. Oh. Big issue. I don't have the ammo anymore. Unless this works.
Water dripped from the ceiling as Diana stared at the folders stacked on her workstation. Each one was a branch of research. Drip. Some were thin, some thick. They represented years of her life, her work, dissecting the act of creation and examining the bloody pieces. Bringing in live subjects had been her idea. Trip. Bureau leadership denied their request. But after HQ went into lockdown, she took advantage of the chaos and got her artists. Jules had whined about the optics. Diana ignored him. Now her office below the waterline of Cauldron Lake. She considered how to proceed. Jules was convinced the page they had found would come true. It promised disaster. A situation out of control. Impossible. Diana was always in control. Drip. Drip. She needed answers. She needed to quantify, to define, to control.
Jules' team has found new pages written by Wake. He must have gotten Rudolph Lane painting again. His bullshit pedestrian methodology cannot produce results before mine. I have to go faster, no matter the cost. We're still behind our projections. The more the machines can produce, the closer we can calibrate them to Wake's style. But proper calibration takes a lot of raw material, and production is slow. No. We're changing directions. The hypothesis remains unchanged. Imitating Wake's writing style will allow us to generate art capable of linking with the threshold. Our live subject should match Wake's style much faster.
Hey Teets, if you're available, we need nukes.
Simply have to push the right buttons.
Or Shady, you're also allowed to nuke if you want. To use art with the power, the shadow, we must first define art. Thesis. Does a critic define what is art? Where do we find critics? Kidnap, lure in critics? Or the audience? Are we the audience? Must we like the art? What is the role of an artist? Who is an artist? If you believe you are an artist, are you one? Do you need to be good? Does quality matter? Define an artist. A drug-using bum, often wears a turtleneck and drinks red wine. Left-wing political views, danger. If left-wing politics made real by the shadow, any right-wing artist, not for abstract art or poems. Problem is, I'm gonna need to find supplies, especially things that can heal me, but I'm not finding much. No worries, Shady. It's honestly this isn't a good move on Twitch. The fact that all of this happens without mods being able to take care of it genuinely slow, because either you need to be lucky and be able to, or be in mod mode or in mod view when it appears to then remove it, or you know, you force the streamer to actually slow down his stream and get rid of them. So it's not a good system. That's true.
This is not level 4.
For a little while now, Twitch has actually updated its security, I guess, to restrict and auto-mark people like ban evaders and bot spammers. But the way they do it is that most people can't see it, except the mods. But if the mods, if they aren't in mod view when it appears and they go into mod view, the message disappears and they can't report it, ban it, or remove it. So they would force the streamer to do that, having to pause the stream in order to take care of it. I understand why they're doing it, but it's not a good system the way it's implemented. And while nobody else can see it, it's bothering me, and I can't actively remove it. Because even if I report it, even if I ban it, it's still there. The only way I have ever seen it removed is if one of the mods removes it, but 9 out of the 10 cases they can't even see it.
The Marmonts were holding a painter here. Rudolph Lane. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, one of those bot spammers, those cheap viewers on whatever.
I think you are, or were, Rudolph Lane.
Himself! A self-portrait! Make them see!
Look, I might be able to help you. But I need information, cooperation.
No push! Just himself!
Rudolph Lane was dying. Both murderer and victim. Red hues ran down his hands. Was it scarlet? Or cadmium? Too vivid to be maroon. Names don't matter, he decided. Color was pure. Inspiring. For the first time in years, he wanted to paint. A self-portrait. To say goodbye.
Thank you, Teets.
No. To make them remember. To make them see what they did. He slapped his hands against the wall to steady himself. He began from there. No brush, just himself. The strokes were crude, violent. The pain, misery, and hate he'd endured there. The fire in his eyes and hands and bones all spread into the shape of a man. It was quick. Natural. Like a heart attack. He slumped down to the floor, smiling at the anger he left smeared across the wall.
Are there? The
Where'd the elevator go?
So I'm gonna say something controversial. I don't mind them coming in. Because if they come in and they spam their message, it's easy to take care of them. You're never truly going to stop them. There are always going to be bots. There's always going to be people promoting stuff for phishing, stuff for hacking. There's no true way to get rid of them other than to continuously just ban the accounts that are using it and shut that down. It's just that the way Twitch is implementing their countermeasures is counterintuitive because half the time they can't be reported the way they're doing unless the streamer does it themselves or how Teets does it. No clue how he does, but he does it.
Ooh, nice office.
I'll look into it. Anyway, ad break soon. I'll be back once the ads start. I'll be back once the ads are over.
Black rock powder. Need to keep an eye out for more of these.
But yes, I'll be back after the ads. See you all in a moment. And we are back. So without further ado, although I say without further ado, just give me a moment to clear out some stuff. So much stuff to clear out. Anyway, without further ado, let's continue. Oh, yeah, for as long as the hour change works, because at some point our time is also gonna shift. And then it's gonna be annoying again.
Diana sat in her office. A weak desk light kept the darkness around her at bay. The silence of the archive suited her. She scowled at a series of graphs when the room turned red. Alarms blared. Breach detected. Then the walls of the archives rumbled. A tremor in the bones of the facility. One by one, the red lights went dark as a wave of nothing poured in from all sides. Diana stood, but there was nowhere to run. The sheer depth of the darkness terrified her. She realized they had done this. Her and Jules. Their ambition. Their hatred. Her desk lamp flickered. In the brief moment before it all went dark, she thought of Jules' smile.
I am out of ammo for the one thing that can hurt them, so... I'm trying to find more ammo for it, which is why I'm progressing slowly. I'm trying to avoid all the walls with those on it, so that I can hopefully avoid them spawning? I don't know if that's how it works, but that's how I'm treating it. Well, that is ominous. I need to find more ammo. Annual Report Threshold Study. Progress in the Lake House Directive to understand and suppress the Cauldron Lake threshold has improved this year. Research in the areas of threshold energy, detection and measurements have made a great stride. See report WY-113 through WY-139, allowing us to work with the Investigations Department in the construction of an early warning system near the shores of Cauldron Lake. Research into threshold suppression techniques is ongoing, with no clear determination regarding their viability possible at this time. The team has been testing counter-frequency projection in the vicinity of Cauldron Lake per mandate V-29-HED, with all findings being sent to Dr. Darling as requested. In summary, 2017 has been a successful year with further promising breakthroughs predicted for 2018. Signed Dr. Jules Marmont and Dr. Diana Marmont, co-head of research. Research mandate. Before Dr. Darling was lost in the lockdown of the oldest house, he tasked the lake house with discovering the nature of the shadow and its ability to convert art into reality. During our diligent research into this phenomenon, it has become clear that Darling was not dreaming big enough, which leads us to a new goal of the lake house and its talented staff to create a stable connection between the Cauldron Lake threshold and our own dimension. Threshold traversal has only ever been possible inside the oldest house and occasionally during altered world events, though this is often an involuntary process. The Shadow's known attraction to art provides us with the perfect opportunity to create the world's first controlled bridge between dimensions that can be safely traversed in either direction. A laboratory will be built on sublevel 5 where experimentation related to linking with the threshold will be performed. This location will take full advantage of our proximity to Cauldron Lake. In the laboratory, we will simultaneously develop machinery that can detect the alternate world's event site in the lake and use art as a focal point created the bridge. Can you shut up? I'm trying to read. Precise methods are yet to be determined, though teams will soon be formed to explore a process involving art as a dimensional anchor, reality manipulating via art, and machine-assisted coupling. Follow-up report, RE Redacted. On the morning of Redacted, the musician held at the lake house for research purposes was discovered missing from her cell. Security footage of the cell from the night before was damaged by electrical interference of an undetermined nature. Redacted, known professionally as Redacted, had produced a song called 6 Deep Breaths during her time at the lake house that was considered very promising as research material by Dr. Marmot and Dr. Marmot. Redacted somehow used her song to orchestrate her escape. Efforts to find Redacted were brief, with any wider search considered an unacceptable risk to the lake house mandate of confidentiality. Action to be taken. An investigation is currently ongoing as to whether any staff at the lake house were involved in the disappearance of Redacted. An investigation is currently ongoing as to whether the subject used the song they created as a Redacted means of escape. All material related to and work produced by Redacted will be stored in the archives for future reference. Online check for the public reappearance of Redacted are to be performed weekly. Known web addresses associated with Redacted in the past, known addresses with para-utilitarian alter-the-world event activity, Redacted, http thishouseofdreams.blogspot.com/whatever, www.sirensociety.io, Redacted, blessed, Redacted, etc. For the up-to-date full list, refer to Redacted. Project Arbitus, the definition of art, a study by Dr. Diane Marmont, PhD. To truly comprehend the threshold within Cauldron Lake, we must first understand its attraction to art. However, even the definition of art is as varied as the range of crafts that fall under the name. To that end, we must open a track of research dedicated to defining and quantifying art, ultimately rendering the concept into a unit of measurement. To begin, let's not try to understand humanity's definition of art, but rather Cauldron Lake's preferences. The past cases of Cauldron Lake's threshold affecting reality have centered on writing, Wake 2010, cinematography is also suspected, though not directly confirmed, Zane 1970. What about other mediums? We will need to test the viability of paintings, poetry, music, photography, sculpting, dance, and so on, not to mention the myriad of genres and methods within each medium. And what about crafts outside of the most common artistic expression? Does any act of creation on a high level of expertise merit the title of art? Baking, woodworking, etc. What about non-physical mediums? Why is music an art and philosophy is not? Does something become art due to its medium, its quality, or perhaps simply through the intent of expression? Or an equation made up of all three? What would be the order of importance? What thresholds must each factor reach for the equation to succeed? Clearly there is much to be determined. We must begin with developing a methodology using a vast range of arts and general creative endeavors, both physical and mental, then find a way to test their potential connection to Cauldron Lake threshold. Cauldron Lake is an enigma, with many layers to pull away if we are to understand it and ultimately bring it under control. The work will take years.
Was underwater. The Marmont's ambitions had finally been realized. Jules had dangled the painting like a lure and hooked an ocean. Their machines couldn't hold it. A fault in the system. The water rushed in, filled it until it was ready to burst. All their successes and failures had led them here. The work had made them into monsters. But the lake house was still theirs. It always would be. They could feel an outsider trespassing in their labs. I know you're here, they called out to the dark. They hunted floor by floor. They wouldn't let the intruders stop their progress. This was their home, their beloved tomb beneath the waves.
They have fallen very deep. Letter from Darling, archived 5 years ago. From J. Marmont to D. Marmont. Diana, I just received a letter from Darling about a request you made to bring in live subjects. What were you thinking? Do you know how that looks? Jules. What did he say? Was it approved? No, he refused. You know, protocol does not allow this sort of thing. And he says he will be making a trip to Lake House to check in on us soon. Like we are children. This is very bad for our reputation, Diana. Please, if you have any idea like this, come to me first. Jules. Abandoned project. Archived. Diana, consider the details on the new page we have found. I believe we need to abandon the research into Alan Wake's writing. We must not endanger our staff. Regards, Dr. Jules Marmont, co-head of research. Don't pretend like you are worried about them, Jules. You're just looking out for your own ass. The fact that the pages are detailing future events means that they are the correct method. We have to learn how to harness that power and dictate events to meet our goals, not wakes, whatever those may be. The ATDs are producing better and better results. We just need to keep doing the work. No, Diana, I'm looking at the page right now. Constant imbalance, out of control, a crack in the lake house. If we continue with this research, we will lose our facility. Perhaps more than that. What is the point in succeeding if we are dead? I am head of research here, and I forbid you from proceeding. You can't forbid anything. You are not going to keep me from my most important work in my life. If you're too much of a coward to keep pushing ahead, then I'll finish what we set out to do here alone. We have plenty of ongoing lines of research. I suggest you pick one and leave Wake's writing to me. You always needed me more than I needed you. Official complaint. H. Kingston to D. Marmont. Hello, Dr. Marmont. I received your formal complaint about Jules's behavior. You claim he is maliciously keeping research material away from your team, but he says they have simply been misplaced. I understand you are frustrated, but I recommend giving his team a week or so to find the pages and return them to your team. If this issue persists at that point, then let's discuss their desire to escalate this issue. Does that sound agreeable? Well, now I need to do what I was gonna do. Oh, first as this.
September 13th, 2023. Notes regarding the concept of the tortured artist. A romanticized image of the sensitive artistic temperament, yes. But there may be truth in the cliche. It's no secret Rudolph Frank has been unhappy here for years. But, the aggregate data shows his art's viability score trending upward over time. If Jules hadn't neglected to hold regular psychological exams, then we could have quantified the subject's emotional state, creating a sort of distress rating to compare against the art's score. I'll make this a sub-goal of my study of Edward Booker. Once we set the variables and establish control reading of his art and mental state, then we can begin inducing negative emotion. Limited food and water, perhaps. An increasingly tight living space. This is how Jules lost his subject, though. Need to be careful not to leave any sharp objects in Booker's cell.
Jesus, these guys.
The lab. Some big experiment tomorrow. I can't find the details anywhere. That bastard is hiding them. All those years, he steals credit from my ideas and my work, and now he's scared of being plagiarized? Oh, that is really fucking rich, Jules. Oh, and he's reportedly misplaced the manuscript pages I need for my work. Suddenly, the exact pages that I need to reference have just vanished. He is actively impeding critical Bureau research. I mean, if he can do that, then what is stopping me from going down to that lab? And I don't know, just inverting the amplifiers or misaligning the receivers or both. It's the same thing in principle.
They have fallen so far.
Different artist.
From Dr. Casper Darling, F. Federal Bureau of Control Head of Research, to Dr. and Dr. Marmon. Something to get you started. I couldn't stop thinking about this new direction for the lake house after I got back to New York. I hope pivoting to researching threshold redacted reality manipulation effect wasn't too much of a shock for you. It seems like your work on containment was stalling, so I decided you all could use a fresh start. Here's something to get you started. Some drawings made by a certain redacted a while back. Files 6D-D -001 through 6-D-004 found in the attached envelope. Tests for any reaction may trigger with the shadow. Still don't like how unscientific that sound is. You may designate the artist as P6 in your records, which is Dylan. I expect regular updates. Go team.
Switch cord. Quick lesson on light switch cords. If you find one, pull it 3 times. The Ocean View Motel is a dimensional intersection. The doors from the lobby can lead anywhere, but I didn't end up in the lobby this time, which was definitely unusual.
Well, we're here again. A mix between Faden and Trench?
Panopticon? But the Panopticon is at headquarters. Yeah.
I'm outside in a forest. The sun is shining. Birds are calling. I feel dirt beneath my feet. The breeze. Everything smells like rain. I'm not here. I'm in a forest. Sunlight on my face. Birds are flying past. Leaves rustling. In a forest. Trees.
Hey, look! It's Dylan. Now somehow we are in control. Except that isn't Dylan.
I'm Agent Kieran Estevez, Federal Bureau of Control. Identify yourself.
It's quiet.
That should be Dylan, though. But he looks different.
It's been a long time since I've seen anyone.
There's a sign over there for the Panopticon. The Panopticon's only in New York, in HQ. Is this the oldest house?
I think that's where I am.
So you are inside the oldest house. Is anyone else alive?
I can't.
This is a waste of time. This is an FBC containment unit. Why is the Bureau detaining you?
I'm where I belong.
Everyone I meet here is either a painting or a paracriminal. Hey, this is important. FBC headquarters went dark 4 years ago. What exactly happened in there?
We were attacked. No, no, not again. Not yet. No, 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 no.
Hey, stay with me. Stay with me.
Okay. Okay.
What attacked the oldest house? I need to know.
Something's changing. Outside. Can you feel it? I can hear it. It's getting worse. You can't stay, can you?
Hold on. I need to know if I can...
Tell Jesse I tried. I really did.
Wow.
Felt wrong somehow. At least my voice is back to normal.
Well, time to go back to the elevator.
Marmonts had opened the door into Cauldron Lake's threshold. It was forced, it was unstable. Shutting the experiment down was the only option.
This is not how the story goes. This is a difficult boss fight.
Lane, I will do whatever I can to make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again.
The putrid weight he could never wash away!
The Marmonts are dead. I don't know if that's any sort of consolation, but it's done.
The pain, it was all over him!
The threshold is tearing itself apart. I need to shut this down. Look, I'm sorry. I know you didn't make a choice here. It's not fair, but I have to shut this threshold down before it fractures.
Agent Estevez stood in the forest just outside of Bright Falls. She watched her team detain Alan Wake and Ilmo Koska, stuffing them into black SUVs. She realized this was the moment Wake had been writing in the vision she had seen. The story was coming true. She pushed the thought out of her head. It had been a good tip, a way to find Wake. Nothing more.
Alan Wake! After the Threshold event collapsed, I was back at Cauldron Lake. But for a moment, I was somewhere else. I saw Alan Wake there. He was writing about me finding him in Bright Falls, in the woods. It was a good tip. I called the surviving members of my team, and I told them to meet me there. You know, these cases, they never get less ambiguous or easier. This one, this was tough. Because protocol says entities like the Taken are monsters, threats. The Marmonts were monsters way before the Shadow got to them. So at the end of the day, what's the difference?
You know, she makes a good point. Are we go? Yep, we have some music. Let's enjoy it for a moment.
We wrote so many things, wrote them for you and me. We're here standing on a precipice. We are ready to take a leap, but that only comes after. For this was the end scene. This was the end of an era. This was the sum of my body of work. When I'll be long gone, you can hold this together, and you can take it or leave it. Everything that comes after, and we'll always have this. All these moments that led us here, all this joy and these heartaches, they're woven into our very fabric. Can take that away from us. The journey that brought us here. The journey that made us who we are. The journey that brought us here. Choose to look back
They really do make good music in this game.
I gave Ed Booker a ride back to town, told him never breathe a word about this. I didn't even bother detaining him, bigger fish to fry. And, that's it. So if you were thinking, Jesus, this lady's an asshole. Well, now you know why. You've only seen one case like this. I've seen a career's worth. I was just trying to spare you the headache.
Casey thinks Wakes is Scratch and always has been. Certainly possible.
Scratch was pretending to be Wake, manipulating me. What does he want from me? No, I'm in control here. It's my mind place. He's powerful. Too powerful. Just his presence here makes me feel sick. Like a wave of terror through my head. I feel his single-minded drive to get the clicker. You really don't remember Logan living in Virginia with me and David?
I remember you and David having problems. You needed a break.
Give me one moment.
You and Logan moved to Watery and then Logan, well, that awful thing happened. After you came back to work, I thought you'd be the perfect partner for this case, if you were willing to return to the area.
Okay. That's enough. I never did any of these things. It's like some bad soap opera version of my life. The story is changing your memories. What you're remembering is fiction. Logan is alive. I'm not divorced. We never moved here. I remember the truth.
No. Wake or Scratch, whoever that was, said the story could be used to attack us. We all need to question what's real. With that said, how do we know the story isn't giving you false hope?
I can't convince them. I just need to change the story.
Well, I just got back, so this is probably the point where I'm going to save it for now, and then...
This is the kind of case my ex hated. The ones that might kill me.
That's funny. The cases that might kill me were my ex's favorite.
But yes, so saving, and I will then Wednesday I can actually continue with the main story of this game. And it's actually crazy to think that I've already gone through all the DLCs in this game, unless there's another Night Springs episode where I dive back into Wake's story. I'm going to snooze this, but for now, well, I do need. I'm going to take a moment to look because I just realized that Dharma isn't streaming yet, so I'm going to take a moment to look around the station. Staff kitchen policy reminders. Do not microwave whole fish. I shouldn't have to say this. Mulligan owes me $20 and refuses to pay it back. I suggest we dock his pay for that amount, plus interest, and add it directly into my paycheck. Deputy Thornton. Thornton doesn't remember I already paid him back by buying him lunch months ago, so don't listen to him. And definitely do not touch my pay, or I'll swear to God I'll sue. The front desk computer and admin emails are not to be used for personal quarrels or unofficial business. And remember to wash your coffee mugs. Hi all, I missed the single Deersfan's safety prep last time. Any updates? What's the latest on crowd control? Whoever put bayonets into the suggestion box was clearly kidding, right? Right? Barb. I understand that there's a need to keep the arrested folks under lock and key, but who the heck is the paranoid madman who decided we needed every other door in our facility to be geared with the latest high-tech top security nonsense? The stuff's not safe. One power outage and those locks aren't budging. I've warned you about this half a dozen times now. Don't blame me when you're locked in with no way out. Research proposal. Alan Wake and cult connections. The lake house. I think I've read all of this. Well, I have more stuff to read.
The cult didn't trust Wake. Or is it Scratch?
Transcript of interview with subject Alan Wake, suspected para-utilitarian. Location Bright Falls, Washington. Interviewer Kieran Estevez, lead agent. Kieran Estevez, Mr. Wake, you have been taken into FBC custody and will receive an in-depth interrogation at a later date. But for now, I need to ask if there's anything you can tell us regarding the incident at the hotel. Anything we may need to know. There is a force here you don't understand, a presence. It's after me. It wants to consume me, consume everything. Yes, you mentioned this dark presence before. Why does it want you? It feeds on artists, or on the art they create. It wants me because of my writing, but it can be any form of art, any artistic expression. Music, paintings, film, photography, it can feed off of any of it. All of it. You have to believe me. We are all aware of this entity, Mr. Wake. We've been tracking the situation here for a long time now. You yourself have been on our radar for over a decade. I'm sure those nuts in research department are just going to love checking you out. Hey, make a note to redact that before submission. Let's get back on track. You mentioned the light switch earlier. Where is it now? I don't know, but I need it. I can't end this without it. Will you help me get it? Mr. Wake, you are in custody, pending charges for breaching of numerous federal violation codes. We are not going to give you a suspected paranatural object. You are not fucking listening to me. We are listening just fine. Now, do you have any accomplices? Fuck you. Let me fucking out of here. It's coming for me. We're all in danger. Interview was terminated due to subject being uncooperative.
Wake isn't the first person the dark presence disguised itself as.
R.E. The Shadow. Summary. Through extensive interviews with witnesses of Alternate World Event 35, additional details regarding the Shadow A-010 have been discovered. Redacted and Redacted, both present during the Alternate World event, reported seeing a woman named Barbara Jagger in Bright Falls at the time. Jagger is a former actress and Bright Falls resident who emigrated with the filmmaker Thomas Zane from Finland and was reported to have drowned in Cauldron Lake during a redacted Alternate World event in 1970. Research staff have concluded that Jagger's appearance is likely a case of the Shadow manifesting in human form. Research is ongoing as to the nature of the connection between the Shadow and the psychophysical signature available for it to mimic. Current hypotheses are, and I'm going to dismiss this, current hypotheses are: a shadow can only manifest as artists or individuals tangentially involved in the creation of art who have operated within a certain physical range of Cauldron Lake. The shadow can manifest as any individual contained, definition needed, within Cauldron Lake. Research actively ongoing.
I need to know what information I can still trust.
Scratch pretended to be Wake, used us. For how long? The whole time? Can anything Wake said be trusted? It's not just writing, painting, it's any of the artistic expression it can feed upon.
Wake told me the clicker would fix this. But Wake was actually Scratch. How can I trust anything he said?
The artist must conclude his work. He rides a storm on your piece. Wake up and smell the danger. We told you already, kiddo. What Tom said about the light switch is true. Don't let the story confuse you. You need him to write the ending you want. The clicker can make that ending come true.
But we don't have Wake. Everything we knew about the clicker was true. He wasn't lying.
I'm gonna come back here and furthermore look at everything in this room, but for now I am going to save it, because it is about time for me to dip, and I think Dama should already have started streaming by now. So before we go and raid Dama's stream, I am first going to... Actually, I need to take care of something. I'm gonna go to video clips. Let me change my projection. Okay, so let's go check out the clips. There's only one new clip, which was actually made from last stream, but I forgot to check it out, so I will do so now. Which is made by Teets, and it is called Getting Jiggy With It. So let's have a look. I think he's getting jiggy with it. He's getting very jiggy with it. He's broke dancing. To be fair, it is funny when corpses do that. But yes, this is a good point to call it up. Thank you all for joining. I very much appreciate each and every one of you being here. And I appreciate your continued support. For now, let's rate. Let's see who is actually available. Let's. Oof. Before I do this, let me check something out. Alright, let's go rate Tama. So with that, I wish you all a pleasant evening. Stay safe out there, Wastelanders. It's a dangerous world out there.